7:40. I think it's all set up. I got 20 minutes.
They're all rushing.
Just can't connect. It's longer.
Reconnection successful. Very exciting.
They've never won. Wow. They made the finals in the first year.
About poker time.
What did you say rank 1 was? You like 6 or 7?
7. I think so. Not plugged in. All right, let's tell them I'm ready whenever. Eight o'clock, almost poker time. Poker, poker. You want these doors closed before I start, babe? Alright. The table was not supposed to open till 9 o'clock, so. My poker table, but they canceled the hand review, so they have to make a new table for me. No. Poker time, poker time. Let's go do some poker. Come play poker, friends. Come play poker. Okay. We've got poker. Let's do this. Oops. Okay, 100. Min raise it is. I see. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, I didn't make a pair. I'm checking. Unlucky first hand there. Big hands. We got some action right out of the gate. Alright, we've got a Sam Trickett fan here. That's good. Good luck, everyone. Let's have a fun game today. Wow. What a run out. Boy. Tough couple first hands for you. Alright, let's get in there. Right. Good little semi-bluff on the turn there. Guess you could follow through, but certainly not mandatory. Right. Got some big pots here. We're playing some real pots right out of the gate here. We got another 3-bet pot. Third pot C-bet called. We got the bigger, the 2/3 pot bet here. That's enough to get it done. So maybe a hand like Ace King or Ace Queen there. Maybe something else entirely. Who knows? Not so easy to predict. That's poker for you. Pocket fives here. Pocket fives. All right. Oops. Welcome to the game, Roger J. All right, finally a pot for you. Just a blind steal, but something. Concerned about the 10 pairing. Keep betting. Nice hand. All right, I think I gotta fold this one. Immediately punished for making a tight fold here, pre-flop. Hey, nice hand, ace-9. Very well played, got max value. Now you're probably not up against the queen when he doesn't raise the flop, so better to just bet the hand and hope it's the winner on the turn. Well done. All right, you're making a comeback here after a rough start. You're already back in the black. Nice hands. Small raise, but I think I have to fold. Pretty good hand. Nice hand, Roger. Did not hit the flop, but I definitely had you before the flop. Hmm. Okay, got a nice pop brewing here. Roger leading out on the turn on the flush card. Check, check, yeah. Two pair. It's not going to be easy to get him to fold two pair. I guarantee you that. Nice easy continuation bet there, takes it down. Okay. I folded an 8, so I'm a little suspicious of you. Oh, welcome back. Good to see you again. So we got a raised out of position pot here against the limp. Some checking happening. And now I'm bet. Another 10. That's a tricky river card. But an ace is good for Roger. Unlucky flop there for pocket kings for sure. Okay, we've got another 3-bet pot here. Big bet and a call. King of clubs. An ace on the river. Small bet from Roger. Be enough to entice some action. Oh, you had the flush on the turn. Wow, that 6-2 suited 3-bet is a spicy one. Nice hand. Nice hand, Roger. Anyways, now that we have a full table, I've been encouraged to share a little bit more about my superstar origin story. But I'm going to raise this hand first. Got to play my button. But yeah, I'm sure if some of you guys, maybe you've seen me on the Triton streams, but I've actually been playing poker for over 15 years. I originally won a World Poker Tour at Bellagio in Las Vegas back in 2008. That was kind of my big coming out party, I guess. Emerging on the scene. I had been playing poker for a few years before that. We got a bet and a call here as well. Let's watch this hand quickly. Ooh, bluff got picked off there. Nice hand, Roger. Yeah, so I started playing poker, I guess, with some friends back in around 2004, 2005, when I kind of got introduced to the game right after Moneymaker won the World Series, and you started seeing that on TV all the time in Canada. So, like most, or a lot of men my age at the time, I was very interested in the game. I'd always loved playing games and competing growing up, so the idea of being able to make money playing a card game was very appealing to me. So I started playing for fun with friends, just around, my lunchtime, my lunch break. We'd always have a card game. And then I found out about online poker. Once I found out about online, that's when I kind of started working at trying to figure out how to play the game a little bit more, Started reading some books, playing a bit more often. And, I wasn't immediately successful, honestly. It took me some time to kind of learn the basics, but eventually back then, it wasn't that hard to to win if you put in a little bit of work to play online. So I did start to make a little bit of money. I was still in university at the time, so poker was anything but a full-time job for me. It's certainly nothing like that. But it was definitely my favorite hobby. It was something I was doing whenever I could find the spare time to play, because I really enjoyed the game. So I'm going to continuation bet here. And going to bet again. All right. You got it, my friend. Ah, nice river. Nice river. Fortunately for you, I didn't have too much of a hand that time. I was ahead to the river, though. Yeah, so getting back to my story, I was playing, you know, a bit of poker online, taking it seriously, playing when I could. I really got into the tournaments pretty early on because of the, I don't know, just the whole excitement, I guess, around them. Trying to win a big prize was very appealing to me. I was also playing some cash games and stuff just like this. Not this high stakes yet. And after a few years, I did start to have some success online. Tournaments. Unlucky river there. Very unfortunate river there, making you the pair. Pulling his straight. All right, let's play this 4-way pot. You have the queen. I made a flush. I also had a pair. All right. Re-raise this here. Good luck to you. All right, let's go. 50-50. No insurance. Let's just see who wins. You could win with a 6 now, too. It's a 9. Unlucky. Nice hand. So as I was saying, after a few years of playing, you know, poker tournaments and whatever, whenever I could, continuing to learn, but also still, you know, I was still in university at this time, I did start to make some money, some, you know, more significant money, I guess. And I won a package to go play the World Series main event in 2006. That was my first ever big live poker tournament. Any, you know, real live poker tournament in a casino. And I didn't make the money or anything, nothing dramatic like that, but that was my first taste of Las Vegas and of, you know, playing for kind of high stakes. did play a few other tournaments that summer, and I actually managed to chop one for a big score. I think, you know, 40 or 50,000 or something. So that was a huge boost to my bankroll at the time. That was like $1,000 tournament. And so after a few years, I was in grad school at the time, working on a master's degree. My academics, I studied math. That was my background. Queens. How do you guys know is no? So after a couple of years of grad school, I decided, you know what, poker's going pretty well. This master's is not going very well. I'm spending more time thinking about poker, not doing my work. I decided to take the plunge and give poker a shot as more of a full-time type of thing. Check. Good board for the pre-flop raiser. That's not my board. Check, check. Pot size bet. Very nice. And Roger could not find a call. So maybe you check back an ace there because you were worried about the flush. Maybe you were trapping with some stronger hand even. Possible. Maybe it's just a nice bluff. Also possible. I'm going to raise this one up. All right. 2 cards over 10. Pretty nice hand. Fold this one and go back to my storytelling. Right, so around, yeah, 2007, I believe it was. Or no. Yeah, 2007. I decided school wasn't working out at the time and started playing more poker. You know, online had been going fairly well for me. I had built up a little bit of a bankroll where I could travel a little bit and take a shot at some of these live tournaments that I, you know, had always seen on TV that had kind of inspired me to start playing poker in the first place. So okay, call. Half pot bet. Call. All right, we'll check this one down. I've got ace high. Oh, lucky river for me. You obviously, with the 4s, could bluff that river, but it's pretty risky. I'm going to have a lot of good hands to call you with there. Especially with the ace of diamonds in my hand. I think I might have found a hero call. Yeah, so I started traveling a little bit to play, you know, live poker tournaments. Especially more in the US, I guess at that time. The European poker tour wasn't as big. There wasn't much of a poker scene in Asia yet, unfortunately. So I was definitely playing a little bit more in the US. World Poker Tour type stuff was very big. And yeah, I mean, these live tournaments were booming. There was huge turnouts, huge prize pools and stuff. So that was a lot of fun. It was really exciting to start, you know, being more of a regular in that world. Started to meet a lot of other players, you know, people that I'd played with online or that I'd talked strategy with on poker forums, that sort of thing. Started to meet those people, make a lot of friends that way. It was a really, really cool, really fun, exciting time in my life and in my development as a player. Definitely started to learn a lot more as well, of course, getting out there, playing face to face, you know, seeing what everyone was up to in that sense. You know, my poker game was still very much in its infant stages at that point, but you know, everyone was. We were all kind of learning. There weren't many players who, you know, were very experienced players yet, and even the more experienced players, you know, when you're only playing against weak players all the time, it's hard to really to learn super quickly, to get super advanced. So I was still, you know, doing reasonably well. I didn't have immediate success, I guess, live. You know, I had a couple close calls here and there, as you always do playing these poker tournaments, but nothing too crazy. Until, you know, 2008 was, I guess, technically my third World Series of poker. You know, I had played just like basically just the main event in 2006. 2007, I had played more events. You know, I built up enough of a bankroll to actually go to Vegas and, like, you know, rent a house and stay there with friends and stuff. And so yeah, 2008 was my third World Series. The first one I'd really done sort of the whole series, you know, where I'd really spent the whole time out there. Played a lot of tournaments. I'm embarrassed to admit that I just folded an ace here. I won't be doing that again on the button. Check this one. Big bet. I guess I'm gonna have to fold to that one. Ah. Tricky little min raise here from Roger J. Obviously kind of saying he's probably got a 9. This is a story. Most likely. But of course, could be lying, could be bluffing. Nice hand either way, Roger. Big think there from your opponent. I do wonder if you got him to fold a fairly strong hand or perhaps just a flush draw. Never know, but very nice hand. So yeah, 2008 was my third World Series, and you know, I didn't have a very good one. I didn't really have any big cashes. Didn't, you know, didn't make any final tables. No bracelets, anything like that. It was a tough series for me. I keep getting hands I have to play here in the middle of my story. Oh, unlucky flop there, Roger. Really tough spot there for you. I mean, certainly you could fold the river, but hard to fold top pair. You know, you probably don't have an ace with a better kicker that often for limp calling, so tough spot. Obviously, I can be bluffing, not that hard. I didn't even really bet that big turn river, so I think calling down makes a lot of sense. I'm lucky that you ran into it that time. All right, so 2008 World Series. A poor series, but then at the end of the summer, there was a World Poker Tour at the Bellagio Cup, it was called. It was like right after the end of the World Series. It's my last tournament of the summer, last real chance to sort of win back all the money I'd lost. Back then, they had some big buy-ins. So this one was a $15,000 buy-in, which you don't really see anymore for main events. Even $10,000 for main events these days is very uncommon. But back then, most of the World Poker Tour buy-ins were $10,000. And Bellagio, you know, they really wanted to be sort of the big stop, the high stakes, the biggest thing in poker at the time. So they had a $15,000 buy-in for most of their World Poker Tour events. I'll let you guys play this one and continue telling my story. Good luck. So, well, let's talk about this hand first because this is very interesting. So we got a squeezed pot. Ace, king, 5, 3 diamonds. Okay, just continuation bet. Picks it up. Anyways, yeah, long story short, I ended up running extremely well in this tournament, making the final table, and eventually was able to win against actually a very tough final table for the time. I don't know, probably if you go back and look at it, it might not be names that, not many names there that you recognize these days, but certainly at the time, good hand, Roger. I can't really call that bet. Yeah, actually, from the time, if you remember poker back then, it was actually a bit of a stacked final table. A lot of people who were, you know, big players who were on televised games and stuff a bit, and then some good online players as well. But, you know, I ran really pure. There's a bunch of crazy hands where I get in, you know, queens against ace king or ace king against queens and just, you know, win the flip. Or I lost one, but I won more than I lost. And another big hand I have to play here. I was able to take it down, so that was a score for a little bit over 1.6 million US. And that really, you know, that was kind of like the game changer for me. Total, like, life-changing win, score. Okay. I was gonna bluff. I don't have anything. I was gonna bluff if you checked, but can't really do that now. So, nice hand. I had a small pair with a club in it, so kind of a fun hand to bluff with in that situation. Yeah, so that was a big win in 2008. Bellagio really set me up for my career. So from that point on, I think I was pretty much kind of a regular traveling the poker circuit, you know, continued to meet a lot of new friends, really cool people that way. You know, spent a lot of time with my buddy Dan Smith around that time. Shout out to Dan. And but then I did have a bit of a lull there for some period. I'll be honest with you. There was a period where, you know, I didn't have many results in tournaments and things weren't going very well. You know, I was still spending a lot of time playing poker, but also trying to focus on some other things. I maybe wasn't as dedicated to the game all the time there. All right, got a little bit too much hand to bluff. Let's see what you've got. Deuces. All right. Nice try, sir. All right. Pretty hand. I'll fold it to you. Anyways, yeah, for a period of time, I was just traveling, enjoying life, playing a lot of poker. And I guess the big kind of next moment where a lot of things changed in my career was when I started playing more of these high roller tournaments. You know, I'm sure some of you have seen me on the Triton streams and stuff like that. You know, those tournaments only started maybe in the last 10 years or so. I mean, Triton only the last like 6 years, 5 or 6 years. So the first one, I got very lucky and won one early. I won a 50K high roller in the World Series of Poker Europe in France. I forget exactly what year that was, maybe about 10 years ago now. And yeah, that was I think for €1 million. And then yeah, I was kind of hooked to the high roller tournaments after that. And I mean, it's a lot of fun playing against the toughest players for big stakes. Anyone, you know, anyone would love to do that. So certainly that was something that really like drove me and motivated me to start working really hard on my game again. Which you have to do, you know, if you're playing against the best players in the world, kind of all the time. You've got to make sure that you're really sharp because they're all great card players, you know. if you're not putting in the work, you're going to get left behind. So while I did have that initial success, you know, winning that 150K high roller, I didn't have a lot more success subsequently after that. You know, those were tough games. It was not easy to just win all the time at all. Okay, Roger. It's a pretty small 3-bet. Can definitely call you. $2,100. I have a hunch I might still have the best hand here, but I don't think I can really call. All right, nice hand. Being in the small blind is really bad. It's kind of a tight fold there. So yeah, after a kind of rocky start to my my high roller career, things did eventually pick up. Especially the last few years, I've had, you know, a lot more success. I've won a couple Triton events, you know, some European Poker Tour high rollers and stuff lately. Definitely feel, you know, like I'm playing the best poker of my career for sure right now. And, you know, I think it's kind of proof that shows that you have to really like love playing the game. You have to really enjoy it, you know, to keep working at it, to keep playing it over, you know, almost 20 years, I guess now. That's kind of the one thing that's kept me going, that I just love, you know, being able to play a game and make money doing so. I mean, it's kind of like the dream for someone like me. Big pot here. Let's watch this pot. We've got the check raise all in over a pot size bet from Roger, and Roger appears to not have had much of a hand. Nice hand, guys. So yeah, I feel very lucky to be in the position where I am, where I get to play poker for high stakes and hopefully get to continue doing that for a while. I'm going to call this 3-bet. Let's see. This is a type of board where there can be a lot of action. I flopped it. Nice fold. Very interesting hand there. Discussed it, I guess, a little bit now after the fact. I don't know what you had, but certainly, you know, a 3-bet on a position I called. I had King Queen offsuit this time. I think, you know, Jack 10-9, kind of a board that can be pretty good for both of us. Definitely would expect you to continue betting a lot, but understandable check. You know, so you will have some hands, ace, you know, ace-x suited type hands that just completely miss that flop and don't want to put money in. So you're certainly checking some of the time. I have all the good stuff on that board too. You know, I can have sets and straights and 2 pairs and all kinds of stuff like that. So checking sometimes makes some sense. You know, from my hand, you know, I think in general on that board, I probably always want to bet small on these really connected boards. You generally prefer the small bets, you know, keep sort of your range a little bit wider so you can have different types of hands that can bluff on, you know, sometimes if like a straight, you know, if a queen comes, a king comes, that changes. So you don't want to define your hand too much too early in the hand, and you don't want to put in like too much money with bad hands either too early in the hand. Obviously, you know, the 3-better can have very strong hands. Like he can check with a hand like pocket aces there, you know, on that board very easily, for example. So I think the small bet size for me makes a lot of sense. He calls, nothing on the turn. We got a 2/3 pot bet here from Roger. Big pot between these guys again. And I like playing with you guys. Lots of action. It's fun. Another tough fold it looked like there. Yeah, and then on the turn, bet a little bit big. I bet 2/3 pot. Now I'm trying to say, hey, you know, I'm representing. I got a very strong hand, kind of at this point, saying, you know, maybe not necessarily that I always can beat aces, but I'm at least kind of saying, you know, I've got something very good that wants to get value. Could be a hand like pocket queens, pocket kings. I wouldn't necessarily 4-bet those hands pre-flop all the time. But certainly I'm, you know, saying I have a lot of hands like 2 pairs, sets, straights. And then obviously very easy to find hands for me to bluff with there. You know, hands like ace queen, ace 8, you know, even like a king 7 suited I might have called a 3-bet with, king 8 suited. All sorts of hands for me to be bluffing with. So I bet the turn, he calls again. Makes sense. And then, yeah, of course, on the river, I mean, the 9, the board pairing with the 9 doesn't scare me, right? If he has happened to have slow played, you know, a hand like pocket jacks, he's just going to get all my money. You know, like that's just is what it is. If he's got a full house, so be it. But it's very unlikely, obviously, the way he's played the hand. So easy value shove for me on the river. I think all in is the only size I would ever bet there. You know, if I did have a hand like ace jack, I would just check back. Flop the top set, my friend. Unlucky. Very lucky flop for me. I'm really on fire today here so far. Hitting some really big hands on you guys. Yeah, I do think the queens play that hand well, though. I think that was, you know, it's one of those spots you've got the overpair. If your opponent has a better hand, what are you going to do? Kind of, you know, if I've got a hand like ace-10, king-10, jack-10, whatever, 10-9 suited, it's hard for me to fold top pair on that river, you know, even when it looks like he's got a very, very strong hand. So you're not really going to just like check and fold queens there. Obviously, it's better to just bet it yourself. So nice hand. I think you played it well, but just unlucky that, you know, I happened to hit the flop, to just drill the flop that time. And I think with my hand, you know, my hand is so strong. He can, of course, just be bluffing. If he does have an overpair, the money's going to go in anyways. So I'm very happy to slow play my hand, especially in position there and trap, you know. I don't think I have a huge motivation to raise at any point in the hand. All right. I'm gonna believe you. I called you down a few times yesterday. You always showed me a good hand, so I gotta give you some credit this time. Maybe I should have even folded the turn there. It's a pretty big bet into 3 players. I had top pair, but not really sure how strong a hand top pair actually is in that spot. You'll notice here that I use much bigger sizing when I'm out of position. Try to put a lot of money in the pot. That's kind of a normal strategy thing, especially when deep stacked. You tend to want to make the size big because playing the pot out of position is tough. You know, even if you start with the best hand, it's not always easy to win the pot. Position is very, very strong. Allows your opponent to outmaneuver you, bluff you, get maximum value when they do have a hand. So you like to put in a lot of money out of position when you're re-raising pre-flop. Try to end the hand right away, or at least get a lot of money in, you know, when you probably have the best hand most of the time. Types of hands that you're 3-betting out of position are usually pretty strong hands. Obviously, you do get to bluff sometimes, but it tends to be that you have a strong hand and you're pushing an edge. Oh, I feel left out here. It's 5-way. I could have been a family pot. All right. A lot of action here. I might be happy that I'm not in this pot. I turned a 2-pair and a flush draw if I was in there, though. A nice hand semi-bluff. Either way, perhaps that was one of your patented semi-bluffs. But I guess could also have been a very big hand. You know, 5-way pot. Someone does flop a flush kind of often, you know, not all the time, but definitely not that rare for someone to have just flopped a flush in a situation like that. So yeah, other career highlights for me. I won the PCA Poker Stars Caribbean Adventure in 2007. That was about I think about 750K or something. Another really tough final table where I just got very lucky to win. A lot of really great players. And then just last month, I won at my second, technically even though it was in the Bahamas, technically the PCA counted as a European Poker Tour event back then. And so I won my second European Poker Tour main event championship this past month in Monaco. Won the EPT European Poker Tour Monte Carlo for about 750,000 euros. All right, another big 3-bet pot here against my Sam Trickett fan opponent. Good fold. I was kind of making a tricky, trappy check there on the turn. Had top pair, flopped everything, top pair, and then up flush draw. So, thought very, very deep stack there. I can definitely mix in some checks. I think I basically told you guys my life story at this point. Now we can maybe get back to focusing on some cards here. Roger, I've got 5 high. I'm just gonna have to let you have this one. I will admit you guys have got me very deep stacked here as a tournament player. I definitely specialize in playing shorter stack depths, not as much of this super deep stack cash game action. You know, I've certainly played plenty of hands like this in my day, but not the thing that I practice the most or that I play the most. So should be a lot of fun, but definitely got me not quite in my strongest part of my game here. Semi-bluff, you missed a great semi-bluff opportunity there. I'm a bit disappointed. Can't call yourself semi-bluff and then not semi-bluff with a straight draw on the turn, can you? Seems weird. Doesn't seem right to me. Big bet there, representing probably a jack. Like maybe some missed draws. Everyone folded very quickly. Half pot 3 times from semi-bluff. Perhaps that was the semi-bluff. Or perhaps it was a good hand. I guess we'll never know. Nice hand, Roger. Yep, we lost semi-bluff for a moment here. Oh, queen would have been a disaster for you, Roger. That's a very unusual hand. Normally I would obviously 3-bet, re-raise my hand the first time very often. I decided not to here. Because we're very deep stacked. I'm on the button anyway, so calling is going to go fine. Then once you re-raise the squeeze and he calls, I really want to put more money in the pot at that point. But it's a bit strange because we're extremely deep stacked. You know, I can't just go all in. That step's is way too much. And then if I re-raise, you know, non-all in, there's still a lot of money to play. It's going to be very, very messy. I'm not really like, you know, I guess, yeah, that deep I do flat call the big pair sometimes, so I can have some of those types of hands, but just decided to call in position again. I've got ace queen here. Oh, we both have ace queen. All right, congratulations to us. Nice hand. So I wasn't really sure that back raising was a play I wanted to make there. I'm sure it would obviously be fine, like good play, but seemed like calling in position on the button would go well. My hand is very disguised. You know, if I did a queen there, you made the ace high straight, it would have been lights out for you in that situation. So not really sure. You know, obviously playing it more aggressively, I think at either instance preflop would have been fine too, but right. Nice hand. I don't know why I folded here. I had queen 8 and I just wasn't paying attention and folded, so you got lucky, I guess. Gotta raise this one up. Okay, I don't think I should raise here, but yeah, definitely easy call. Respect. I like the turn raise a lot. On the river there, Roger, sometimes when you have the missed flush draw, especially with the king, you know, you're really hoping that you know, that I'm gonna have a hand like king jack, ace king, ace jack, or a flush draw myself that missed. So when you've got like the king of spades, the king high flush draw, it does sort of block some of like the weaker hands that I can have myself there. So I don't think your like river bluff is bad or anything, but you should maybe consider that when you miss like a big flush draw, like it's often a good hand that you want to give up and not bluff the river with. But obviously just very unlucky that, you know, I did have as big a hand as I did, because I often would have just a hand like ace high or a better king high there where your bluff would have a very good chance of working. But if you always follow through on the river with all of your missed draws that you raise the turn with, it's going to be a lot of bluffs. It's probably going to be too many bluffs. Let's see a flop. Missed the turn raise. Very big semi-bluff. I did like that you went for the semi-bluff. Decided since you bet so big that I didn't really want to raise as much there. So I'm going to have a lot of sort of mid-strength hands that have to call, even against that big size. So I thought I was better off playing a bit more trappy. You know, can wait until I see what the river is, you know, on the paired board river like that. If you were to come out and make a huge bet, you could just call and not raise. If you bet like double the pot or something, for example. Although it seemed unlikely that you would have a full house. I mean, I think you might have raised pre-flop with all those, you know, 8s and 9s and 10s and stuff. So it seemed very hard for you to have a full house. But certainly 2 flush draws on the board. There's a lot of river cards where, with a whole lot of money to play, things could get a little tricky. Nice set, semi-bluff. Well played. Nice hand. So that's why I decided to slow play that straight against you there, just because you bet so big. Figured you had a very strong hand that would continue betting, or some sort of draw that you know, maybe would keep bluffing the river, for example, anyways. So obviously against your actual hand, I would have made a lot more money had I raised the turn. So it was a bit unfortunate for me, but nice hand. And I think you did well to not bluff the river with your hand, you know, a nut flush draw like I was just talking about with Roger's hand. I think is a good hand to like give up with. You know, it does block, interfere with some of my like weaker hands that are always going to fold. So I like the way you played it, semi-bluff. I think your turn size is probably a little bit too big. Betting 2x pot into like multiple players like that is a very large bet. You are going to run into, you know, a strong hand sometimes, and you're risking a lot. Yeah, for example, in that hand, if you did make your flush on the river, I could just check call your river bet and then not have to worry about losing a huge pot. So there's some things that work out about slow playing for me there, but it did cost me money. All right, small re-raise. Definitely have to call this one. I really like this anime that you have here. Hunter x Hunter. I'm a big fan. I think I need to bet pretty big on the river there. You're going to have ace high a lot. I have a lot of missed draws, especially when you 3-bet the small size. I'm going to have all sorts of hands that are you know, 10 high, queen high, whatever that I want to bet. So especially, you know, it's hard for me to have a 9, so I think I need to bet big with a lot of my top pair of jacks as well. Having the queen of spades in your hand there is maybe not the best card. It does interfere with a lot of my potential bluffs, but even against my big bet, calling with ace high is super reasonable. So nice hand. I'm just having it today. I'm just having a lot of good hands. So interesting spot here. Very big turn raise. 2/3 pot bet, and then a good sized raise. Obviously repping a very strong hand. All in call. Oof. Aces and a set. These sets are going around. Very, very brutal spot there with aces. You know, really, really tough to get away from that one. Ace queen again. I gotta fold. That was one of your patent semi-bluffs. You got me off of the pair. Not a queen or anything. Welcome, person. A new player, first time playing with you. Welcome to the game. Two big hands here. That felt like definitely one of those patented semi-bluffs. Two flush draws on the board. It's not easy to deal with. Ace and king. I hit the river. Tough river. Checked a flush draw there. 4-way pot. Obviously could have bet, but checking sometimes is good too. Nice to be able to have some flushes, even in the check line. Bit deceptive. All right. I believe you semi-bluff. Nice hand. Very nice hand. I had it. I had 6 with a big kicker there, king 6, so I was happy to wait, see if maybe somebody would bluff at it or someone would, value bet a worse hand, and then even if someone else did happen to have the last 6 in the deck, my kicker is very likely good, so I'm quite happy to put in a big raise once someone bets there. More often than not, I would probably just bet out on the river with a 6, but sometimes it's good to mix in the checks. Not my suit. Okay, I can get away. Good luck, all in. Ah, that was my flop. I had a 10. 4. You're lucky. Got me out of the pot. Hit your 4. Nice hand. I think you'd probably just want to go all in instead of 3-betting small most of the time there. You don't really want action with the ace-4, but you do often have the best hands, so if you are going to re-raise it, might as well just make it big. I had Jack 10 offsuit. I would have had to call your small re-raise. Whereas if you went all in, I could have folded. Ooh, big hand here. But Queen, Jack, and the diamond, so this is not over yet. Uh-oh. All right, nice hand. Queen, Jack getting there. Check to the first limper. Oh, both you two pair. Wow. Very lucky there. I got the extra card on the river. I was able to hit my draw. Welcome back. 6-5 GN. There we go. Bigger raise from Hunter fan friend. Nice little pickup there. It's my usual little bit bigger size raise here when I'm out of position. Pretty happy to just take down the blinds there. And the win. I don't know if any of you guys have been following the early events of the World Series of Poker. It's just underway in Las Vegas right now. First week, just getting started, but already there's been some big events. The big one going on right now is the 25K heads-up event. So it's 64 players. They do a heads-up bracket. Heads-up bracket. And after 2 days of play here, they've gone from 64 players all the way down to 4. So they have the semifinals and the finals will be well, later today, my time, I guess tomorrow morning for most of you. But a lot of the big name players are left in there. There's, you know, Sean Winter, Chris Brewer, and then probably the biggest name, I guess, would be Doug Polk, who I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. Obviously, a heads-up specialist, so kind of a good tournament for him. And the fourth player is one of my fellow Canadians, Chen Ransikun. He's a very strong player as well, so should be some really great matches. I'm not sure what time that will be on today, but I do recommend kind of checking out and following if you want to see some really good high-level poker. It's about $500,000, I think, for first in that tournament. So, you know, if Doug wins, he'll be able to make back about half of his losses in that big cash game he played a few days ago, which I'm sure he'd be very pleased with. But I'll be cheering for Chris Brewer against him, personally. Good luck, all in. All right, straight draw for you. Not meant to be this time. Good game. Fun playing with you. Pretty routine, little continuation bet there, using my position. And the fact that I have a stronger range in that spot. My man. All right. I'm going to learn my lesson. Every time I've called one of your 3-bets, you've had a better hand than me, so I'm going to let you take this one. Okay. Okay. I had the queen high. I don't know. Felt like it might be the best hand, but I guess for you to call on that first blind, you probably should have some sort of hand. You probably would have raised a really good hand, but you could have an ace or a king. Appears that I may have been trapped, but I'm getting a good price, so I'll call. I have a little bit of potential with my hand, but I think I probably need a little bit more than potential at this point to continue, so nice hand. King was ahead. Pocket kings had me in very bad shape. If it was an ace-king type hand, I wasn't doing too bad against ace-king. Pre-flop. Alright, good luck to you guys. I raised a bad hand. Let you guys have fun. Ace on the turn. Certainly looked like 6-5 GN might have a hand like Ace King, so. Nice hand to him. Or her. Ah, that's a funny bet. But I was just trying to steal, so can't really do much about that. Okay, a big squeezed pot here. I like it. Oh, wow. Very big check back there from Semilov with the ace queen. Twice big check back. Nice squeeze, the ace 10, I think, but ran into a hand. Lead out from semi-bluff here. I'm gonna call it. Okay, nice hand. Did have it. Did have the ace. Had a lot of chances there on the turn. Very good card for me, but didn't work out. An easy bluff for me there with my straight draw. All right, I'll let you guys see a flop. Fair price. I think I'm gonna have to pay this one off, probably. Yeah. Aha. That seemed likely given the bet size. Nice hand. I just had an 8. Jack 8, though, so needed that king. The king was the only card you were going to get paid off on. Spade, I could get away. Jack, you'd be in just a little bit of trouble. But the king was tough. Had to respect the possibility that you could be bluffing there. Of course, very easy for you to have some random hand with a missed flush draw, you know, 1 spade. That was just deciding to continue bluffing. So, 8 with a good kicker. Pretty strong hand for me, I would say, in that situation. If you bet a lot bigger, I may have folded, but you bet just the right size to keep me in there. Fold. I will also defend my straddle. Let's see a flop, guys. All right. Strong bet. Strong bet. I had a little piece, but hard for me to call with the razor behind me. So, tricky spot. Nice bet. Cooling off here. I had a really big heater here for the first couple hours, both in terms of getting good starting hands and hitting good flops and everything. But right now, a little bit more normal card distribution, I guess. I feel left out. 5-way pot. Could have been a family. All right. 5-way pot. We've got bet, call, and now a check raise from 6SN. Call. An overcall. All right. Big pot. SN is going to put the last of it in. Call from RR. Call from semi-bluff. Ace on the river. Okay, check, check. Ah, that's the ace. That's a nice hand. Everyone had a big piece of that flop. Boy, big pre-flop hands too. Oh. Nice hands, guys. Nice hand, 6SN, that ace on the river. You were probably hoping for the flush, but ace was more than good enough. I check, guys. Pocket eights, I think you can just fold the flop there. Obviously, unfortunate when you raise pre-flop with a strong hand like that and get a bad flop, but I think you could have saved a little bit of money there throwing those eights away. And then as played, I mean, you could have bluffed. You could have tried to bluff. Two pair, flush draw. Good luck. There it is. I've got the deuce. And the flush draw. I had everything. I was hoping that you'd find or bluffing would find a way to continue bluffing there, but I'm just trying to isolate with the 8. Seems maybe a little bit too aggressive in that situation. Big multi-way limp pot. 8 is not. 8 with a kicker that doesn't play is not a super strong hand. But it is a bit tricky. You're a lot more likely to have a 2 in your hand than I am, so you've got that working for you. I made a not so good limp pre-flop, but worked out. Good bet. Defend my straddle. Ah, I had it. Big bet there. I'm the most likely player to have an 8 based on the pre-flop positions and the action, so I can make that big bet sometimes with an 8, sometimes with, you know, a draw of some kind, semi-bluff. Various types of hands, and just put the pressure on you guys. Often can be very difficult to call when you guys just have ace-high, king-high type hands. You know, sometimes you will have flush draws and pocket pairs and various things that can definitely call. And then on the river, depending what the river card is, I can obviously continue betting very big and putting more pressure on you there as well. Nice hand. Straight draw gets there. Nice hand. Pocket sixes there with the club holding on. And I think a good check with the pair of deuces on the river there. You could have the best hand some of the time. Three tens on board. Yeah. It would have been probably very tough to get ace queen high to fold there. But I probably would have tried with the 8-9 suited. Interesting river card. The 4 gets there for straight. Yeah, I think good check back with pocket tens. Trying to get value there would be a little bit too greedy. And obviously getting check raised would be kind of a disaster, so just check down, take the pot, seems good. 8-9 of hearts. Could have probably folded the flop there. And tough river to bluff. Tough river to bluff. Very good card for the razor on the button there. The ace. If you had a jack, you'd probably check and try to check raise him, I think. So, it's a tough story to tell. Nice hand. Not easy to get value there with just 2 pair, but you did manage to get it paid off. Well done. What you're betting into there with I had top set, so that was going to be a tough one for you, my friend. That situation, my re-raise was pretty small because I'm going to be in position. I don't mind laying a little bit better price to you because I'm going to be able to have the advantage of betting last on, the flop turn river, and it's going to allow me to sort of outplay you, outmaneuver you a lot of the time. So even though I give you a decent direct pot odds price to call pre-flop, I think it's okay. And if you just raise with total nothing, you still kind of have to fold to that size, because I'm representing, a pretty strong hand. I would just call with a lot of my mid-strength hands there, just so that you can't push me around too much post-flop. I do have to call with a lot of bad hands as well, or not bad, but a lot of relatively weak hands when it's just the 2 of us in the pot. Raise and a call. I got a semi-bluff. Big bet, semi-bluff here. Wants to end the hand, take it down with whatever he had there, I guess. Good flop for the razor there, big bet. No one wanted to mess with you. All right, let's see a flop. May the luckiest player win. Ah, well, pocket nines with the heart. Big hands. Not the run out probably that you were loving there with the king and then the 10, but still picked up a nice pot. Got a bet in with very good equity on the flop there. Your big favorite over our 2 hands. I had almost no chance of winning. So didn't really love calling with my hand at all, but small bet. Figured I'd see another card. Stretching every now and then. Poker session. I get too tight sitting down all this time. Nice hand there, semi-bluff. You've proven yourself to be a tough player these last 2 days. Yeah, a nice hand, but ace-high board usually pretty good for the pre-flop raiser, but don't always have to bet just because there's an ace, especially in a 3-way pot. Thought I would check back and see if any of my potential realized, but did not. Couple seats open here, everyone. Let's fill this game up. Let's get going. Okay, playing four-handed, we get to play a few more hands, more action. It's fine by me. But it is nice to have a full game sometimes. Big open raise here by semi-bluff, just taking down the pot. Hey, thought I had the best hand. You guys both had me beat. What's going on here? Check. All right. Welcome to the game, to our new player here. Okay, Looks like we're gonna have a full game again. Welcome to you both, and good luck. Good card. Very strong card. Like your avatar, MD. That's pretty cool. Okay, opened a bad hand here. Got a little bluff through. That's nice. I think I like overbetting the turn there in my situation. I'm going to have a lot more good hands like ace-king, ace-queen. So I can bet very big, very polar, representing, you know, a very strong hand, or just kind of like a airball. I did happen to have a straight draw that time. Gut shot, that's it, so. But would play it the same with a lot of very strong hands, so it puts you in a tough situation if you have anything worse than top pair there is already in a very tough situation. Big suited cards, not the most premium, but I like my chances against your guys' limps there. So again here, out of position, I'm going to choose a pretty big size for my 3-bet. But I cannot continue against that one. Nice hand, Semi Bluff. I have Ace Jack. Ace Jack. Ah, good luck to you. It's a little too rich for me. Nice hand. All right, we're getting some raises and re-raises and everything in here. We're starting to big pot can't be too far off. A little suspicious of you leading me out into me there on an ace. Good card for me. And yeah, had two pair that time. Could have raised you on the turn, but gets a little dicey if you re-raise me at that point. And I do have lots of hands, you know, that need to call that are unpaired, like say King Jack, Queen Jack, King Queen, all sorts of things. So just calling with aces up, sort of trapping, especially when my worst ace is up, you know, ace-7. I think makes sense. Raise would be fine. Then on the river, when you only bet half pot again, I mean, I'm not quite sure what you're representing really, but I mean, my hand's too strong. I just have to raise, I guess. Ace King this time. Had a bit of a lull, but now I'm getting a lot of big hands again. So 11 o'clock. I got about 1 more hour for this game with you, so hopefully we'll play some more fun hands. Two-thirds pot type size bet here. It's looked up. Oh, wow. Hero call attempt from semi-bluff, but somehow he had only the last queen in the deck there. Boy, nice hand, MD. Very nice. don't imagine many of you guys are big ice hockey fans. Obviously, here in Canada, it's a very popular sport. The NHL finals started last night, and the Las Vegas Knights are in the finals, and they won the first game. Take a lead in the series. I know a lot of people in Las Vegas right now for the World Series of Poker are very excited about that series as well. I think a lot of people will be jumping on board the bandwagon that are visiting the city, because it's a very exciting sport to watch, especially in Las Vegas. They do such a good job. Put on a great show. You know, Vegas is the entertainment capital, so they have to do it. They have to do it big for everything, including the hockey games. All right, we've got a big pot here brewing between Semi Bluff and our new player, 71. Pot to play. It's a very small bet here from Semi Bluff. Called. And another 7. Another small bet here from Semi Bluff. Oh, it's got quads. Wow. Very nice hand, Semi Bluff. Very nice. Boy. Unlucky there for the pocket queens for sure. That was a rough one. All right. Okay, hit a 10. They're nice. Nice call down, top pair, very nice. Good bluff, I think, with the ace-7, with the 7 of spades. Very reasonable hand to bluff with, I would imagine. Just a nice hand there, guys. Ooh, deuce 5. Okay. Good game. We don't see you back. Yeah, okay. Maybe some issues with this connection there. Good to have you back. 65 GN. Interesting. I had an ace in my hand. I don't know, semi-bluff. That's a bit suspicious. Right. I also had a 10. You probably had a better kicker than me. Side, semi-bluff missing the flush draw there. Decided not to go for the semi-bluff this time. Might have worked if he did. On the turn, not the river. Nice hand, top pair. Gets the second pair in the flush draw. Good hands all around. I'll certainly defend my straddle against you, semi-bluff. The big bet. Just got a straight draw, so that's gonna get the job done for you. Makes sense. If I had a flush draw or something to go with it, you would have gotten some action, but didn't have too much. Thought about raising you on the flop, actually, but I'm glad I didn't. I was trapping you, MB. Wasn't really sure what that small bet on the river there meant. But I had to raise with a full house, obviously. Easy little sort of two-barrel bluff for me there. Had a heart in my hand. Small raise. I will play. A really bad hand. I would not have called anything more than basically a min raise. I was folding, but you enticed me with the min raise. So far, made a decent sized bet on the turn. Now we'll see if he's going to continue sort of telling that story. Small bet here. Okay. The second guy, 65 TN, didn't have much. That was a very small bet. Very good price to maybe see if you could find a bluff there, but I guess not in this case. Pocket aces. Pocket aces, I promise. Good luck, guys. Wish I had just limped now. Oh, what was that? Really wish I had just limped. Alright, fold. And my straddle as per usual. Big bet. I check raise with a flush draw on the flop, but can't call now. Nice hand. Could have followed through and kept bluffing on the turn, but decided not to this time. Didn't have a particularly good flush draw. Thought maybe I'd get to see the river card for free. Jack's a fairly good, Jack of Spades is a fairly good card for your range, I would say. So don't think I need to go too crazy there. Definitely could have barreled, but I think on that board texture I chose a fairly big raise size on the flop, which I think makes sense. Can certainly check some stronger hands on the turn to trap you as well there. So you have to give me a free card some of the time. Nice hand semi-bluff. I was doing your move, the semi-bluff, but I'm going to give up now. I think in general, I mentioned this yesterday on the stream, giving up on the bluffs when you're bluffing with the nut flush draw is often a good idea. Interacts with a lot of the weakest hands in your opponent's range. So I'm a lot less likely to get a fold. Would have been an interesting river spot for sure. If I had followed through with Queen Jack, would be, you know, definitely a reasonable hand to try to bluff catch me with, but also not one that you maybe necessarily have to call either, depending especially what size I chose to bet. Nice hand, RR. Good pickup. Big flop for me. Decided to go ahead and bet half pot. Sometimes I would only make a smaller bet there, but I think I had a very strong hand, and it makes sense to just try to get some money out of your draws and stuff. Obviously, I do have a lot of hands that hit that type of flop very hard, so. You got it, Samuel. That time I bet bigger, but I did it with, well, nothing. Nothing but hopes and dreams. some backdoor draws. Always good to get a walk, even if you have a good hand. All right, I got a semi-bluff through against semi-bluff. That's always a good feeling. Check, check quickly. C5 GN did have the ace that he was representing on the turn there. Semi-bluff was trying to bluff catch with a little bit weaker hand. But understandable. Very easy for players to be over bluffing when that ace comes and think that, you know, it's a good card for me. Maybe I get to just bet all the time. So you can see why semi-bluff would want to call. Pretty small 3-bet here from semi-bluff. Definitely happy to call this one in position. We're extremely deep stacked here. Right, got away with one there. Jack 10 I had. My flop bet was a little ambitious there against you semi-bluff. Just decided to go for it that time, but then once I turn an open-ended straight draw, I think it's pretty obvious that I want to continue betting. Difficult for you to continue. Obviously, you have to call the flop with ace-king high. On the turn, you could call again with ace-king high. It's certainly not unreasonable, but it's a difficult spot. I'm not going to make life easy for you. I will continue bluffing on the river sometimes, so... Small little bet here. Saying he's got like an ace high, or maybe a weak 9 or something. Could just be a bluff. Could have a missed straight draw for sure. So whatever it was, nice hand. And pocket 7s, pocket 8s would make some sense there as well. Yeah, what half an hour left to go here? Nice full game. Play some good pots. Got a half pot bet called here. Go with half pot again, called again. $1,000, pretty small bet. Oh, 2 pair, come on. And they're not flush draw on the flop. It's a big hand. Tough luck there, semi-buff, but you probably could have lost more, so you'll shake it off, I'm sure. We've got the 7 deuce. Not much I can do about that one. I will also call. Nice radar. I think I probably have to give this one up. I've got 10-8. 10-8 of hearts. Could be the best hand. Could have some live outs for the straight, but could also just be drawing dead. So, yeah, I mean, if you just have a king, then I want to call, because then I have a lot of outs to win the pot. But if you've got 2 pair, it's not so great. You even got a hand like king 8 or king jack. It's a pretty rough spot for me, so. Good raise. If I'd had 10 jack there instead of 10-8, I may well have called. But obviously drawing to the bottom end of one of the straights is a lot worse. You know, when I catch a jack there, I don't even have the best one card straight, right? If he had king queen, he would still have me beat. So made a big size raise. Wasn't getting a super exciting price. I think I just had to let that one go. Especially, you know, in a four-way pot. I mean, people are going to have hands sometimes in a four-way pot. It's not like heads up where you have to really, really always continue and fight for everything if you have equity. Three ways. Raised pretty light there pre-flop, but I made 8s and 6s on the river. 8-6 suited, so good fold. Good hands there. Lost probably the minimum there, so no big deal. All right, three-way raised pot here. 10-9-9. Pretty big continuation bet. Called. Another 9. Okay. These are always, okay, fold. Wow. All right. Very interesting. I guess that was not a good hand. It must have been a 5-4 suited or something, was it? We got a big pot to play here. About around 2/3 pot, leaving only 1,400 behind. So call. All in. 1,400 into 6,350. I guess his RR did not like that river card very much, given that he hasn't called yet. So yeah, I'm guessing RR had a hand like a 7, 7-8, something like that maybe. Getting a really good price, obviously, to call the river there, but a lot of the obvious bluffs would be hands like King Queen, King 10, Queen 10, things that made pairs or straights or various things on the river. So certainly there are still other hands that could be bluffing, you know, Ace 8, for example, King 8, but not an exciting spot, given that he didn't go all in on the turn. I'm guessing RR probably did not have a particularly strong hand. Probably just had, you know, a draw or a pair plus draw type hand that really just that had to call the turn, just based on the pot odds they're getting. Had so much equity, but was not very excited about that river. Those are always tough, kind of frustrating spots, you know. Getting like 5-1 there. Knowing there are like possible bluffs, even if they're not probably very likely, but they're possible. And you don't have a very good hand, but could be the best hand. So. Semi-bluff. Run after it here with one of his patented semi-bluff, perhaps. It looks like, with the ace of clubs being shown. That might have been a nut flush draw. Might have been, you know, strong hand too. I will defend my straddle. 65 GM. Right, to no further. That was a very bad hand. Raise. Good hand there for me. We've got to attack these limps, these small blind limps. I think they seem to have been a lot of weak hands. then I'm going to be in position too if I can get the straddle out. So even if he calls, it's a nice situation for me. Big raise gets called here. Jack 5-3. Semi-bluff's going to check. Check, check. Ace of hearts. That could be a fun card. Big butt, all in. Let's see what we've got here. We've got the semi-bluff from semi-bluff. And the ace-8. Tough luck, semi-bluff. If you bet the flop, you might have gotten that through. You might have taken down that pot. Looked like a good card for you to bluff there on the turn. Ended up being the worst possible card for you, unfortunately. All right, let's see a flop. Nice hand. Big pot. Big bet from semi-bluff on the turn. Gets called. Semi-bluff and MD here. Semi-bluff's going to put the rest of it in, and it's a snap call. Tough breaks. Full house for semi-bluff. Unlucky MD. It's a tough hand to fold there, top pair, top kicker. Very tough hand to fold. This hand, much easier to fold. Good game, MD. Unlucky, man. Semi-bluff doing it again today. I think you were a big winner yesterday, semi-bluff as well, weren't you? bet. Check. Don't have a pair, so that's bad. I did check back a pretty strong hand pre-flop. Okay, give it up. Unusual lead here. Trips. Nice hand. Okay. All right, sorry guys, I gotta take a quick little bathroom break here. I'll be right back to play a few more hands with you. All right, I'm back. Let's play another 10 minutes or so here. Get a few more hands in. See if maybe Semi-Bluff and I can play a 100K pot, and we'll go from there. Welcome to the game here, to our new player. Right, a little bluff in there. That's nice. Welcome, KK88. Good to get some new players in here. All right, so we're up to noon here, probably midnight your time. Gonna play another 5 minutes or so, and then call it a session. So let's play a few more fun hands here, and it's been a lot of fun. 4 card straight on board. RR is claiming he has it. He does, and KK got stuck there with the bottom end and had to call. Nice hand.